సరే చూస్తాను.
தூயானை தூவெல்லை ஏற்றான் தன்னை சுடர் திங்கள் சடையானை தொடர்ந்து நின்றயம் தாயானை தூயானை தூவெல்லை ஏற்றான் தன்னை சுடர் திங்கள் சடையானை தொடர்ந்து நின்றயம் தாயானை தவமாய தன்மையானை தவமாய தன்மையானை தலையாய தேவாதிதேவர்க்கு என்றும் சேயானை தவமாய தன்மையானை தலையாய தேவாதிதேவர்க்கு என்றும் சேயானை தென்கூடல் திரு அளவாய் சிவனடியே சிந்திக்கப் பெற்றேனே தூயானை தூவெல்லை ஏற்றான் தன்னை சுடர் திங்கள் சடையானை தொடர்ந்து என்றும் சேயானை தென்கூடல் திரு அளவாய் சிவனடியே சிந்திக்கப் பெற்றேனானே
Masana, కొంచెం లాగా Masana. Oh, అది తీసుకున్న పేపర్ Masana, ini gini nih. పేపరు ఆడ తెలియదు సార్ వచ్చినప్పుడు సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ చెప్పిన సార్ నువ్వు కూడా పో తొందరగా పో తీసుకొని వచ్చి ముక్కలు తీసుకున్నాక చూడాలా మాట లేకుండా నేను తీసుకోరా జల్దీ
திருஞான சம்பந்தர் சீர்த்தி திருவம்பலப்புறவர் அழகிய திருச்சித்திரம்பலப்புறவர் திருநாவுக்கரசர் திருவருட்பாவாதம் துணைஞானப்புறவர் அவர் பின் திரு சச்சிதானந்தப்புறவர் முத்துக்குமரேசிகர் அவர் அருளாம் சேர் ஞான சம்பந்த தேசிகர் கந்தப்ப கொதியில் மாதிலாமணியே வரங்கல் சச்சிதானந்த குரு மாணிக்கவாசகர் அவர் பின் மதுர சிவஞான குரு மாணிக்கவாசகர் மகிழ்ந்தகரம் மூலம் மன்மையில் சிவஞான தேசிகர் அவர் பின்னர் வரங்கல் சச்சிதானந்த
దూరం ఉంది నాన్న మీకంట ఇదేనా పైకా
పెట్టాను
ఇట్లా ఉన్నా సరే సార్
పైకి వచ్చినావు కదా, పైకి వచ్చినట్టు పక్కన కూర్చుంది కదా, పక్కన గేటు దాని లోపల పైకైతే రాలే.
ల్యాప్టాప్ స్క్రీన్ ఆఫ్ చేసి ஓகே.
என்னை அறிவு என்றால் தோன்றும் சிவம் என்றான். என்னை உன்னிப்பாராம் பாசம் என்றான். இம்மூன்றும் ஆராய்ந்தவர் எல்லாம் அல்ல செந்தமிழ் சொக்கநாத பெருமானுடைய திருவருளையும் குருமணிகளினுடைய சிந்திக்கின்றோம். இன்றைய நாள் ஒரு நன்னாள். கார்த்திகை மாதம் சோமவாரம். மிக முக்கியமாக கொண்டாடப்படக்கூடியது. மாதத்தில்தான் அண்ணாமலையாருடைய கார்த்திகை தீப விழா நடைபெறுகிறது. விளக்கி என்பதற்கொப்ப இந்த தெலுங்கு தேசத்தில் கோடி தீபம் ஏற்றுகின்ற இந்த விழாவை கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இன்றைய நாளில் இங்கே தர்மயாதின வகுப்பினையும் மூலமாக இன்றைக்கு இங்கே சித்தாந்தம் என்பது முடிந்த முடிவு. சித்தாந்தங்களை சொல்லுவது சித்தாந்தம். பதிபசு பாசம் என பகர்மூன்றில் பதியினை போல் பசுபாசம் அனாதி என்று நம் காட்டுகின்றார். இதைத்தான் தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி காட்டுகிறார் என்று அவர் சொல்றார். 3 ஆணவம், கண்மம், மாயை. இந்த இறைவனுடைய திருவடியை அடைவது மட்டும்தான் நமக்கு சித்தாந்தம். எங்களுடைய ஆதி பரமாச்சாரியார் என்ன அறிவு என்பது ஆன்மாவுக்கும் பெயர். ஆனால் 2 பேரும் ஒன்றா. அவன் பேரறிவாளன். அறைக்குள்ள என்ன நடக்குதுன்னு தான் நமக்கு தெரியாது. ஆனால் சாமி எல்லாத்தையும் தெரியும் அவருக்கு. என்றான் என் அறிவில் தோன்றும் ஆனந்தம் தன்னை சிவம் என்றான். இறைவன் எத்தனை கோடி இன்பம் வைத்தா இறைவா என்றான் பாரதி. இன்பம் நம்ம சிற்றின்பத்தை மட்டும்தான் நேரம் வந்துட்டு போயிடும். இன்பம் என்பது மிகப்பெரியது. அதை கூடாது. அவ்வளவு அதை எப்படி சொல்லுவது? இனிக்கும் என்று சொல்லலாம். எப்படி இனிக்கும் என்றால் அதை அனுபவித்து பார்த்தால் அதான் பேரின்பம். என்னை உண்ணி பாராமறைத்ததுவே பாசம் என்றான். பாசம் என்பது இப்போ குட்டையில் நல்ல போட்டால் விலகும், திரும்பி உடனே கூடிடும். அதே போன்று இந்த பாசங்கள் நம்முடைய பாசங்கள். இந்த பாசம் சாமிக்கிட்ட நெருங்க விடல. அதனால் அதை கொண்டு இது இந்த மாயை கொண்டு தான் மாயை இறைவனை அதனால் இந்த மாயையை பற்றி நின்று மாயை நீக்கம் செய்கிறோம். ஏன்னா அவளை கொண்டு தான் கர்ம காரியங்கள் செய்ய முடியும். அதனால தான் மச்சான் மோதிரம் மாமனார் மோதிரம் போடுறது இந்த கர்மம், இந்த மோதிர விரல்ல. அதனால் அந்த எப்படின்னா, டேய் சத்தம் போடாத என்று சத்தத்தை போட்டு சத்தத்தை அடக்குவது போன்று இந்த மலத்தை கொண்டு தான் மலத்தை நீக்குகிறோம். ஆப்பிக்கொண்டு எப்படி பசுஞ்சாணத்தை கொண்டு மலத்தை சுத்தம் வாசனம் செய்கின்ற போது அதே போன்று தான் இந்த செண்டு விரலை பிடித்து வருவது. மச்சான் கர்மங்கள் என்ன கர்மமோ இவளை கல்யாணம் பண்ணுறதுங்கிறதும் ஒரு பொருள் இருக்குது. ஆனால் அதை கொண்டு தான் காரியங்கள் செய்ய முடியும் என்பதனால் அதையும் நாம் அங்கே செய்கிறோம். அடுத்தது ஆணவம். இந்த ஆணவத்தினுடைய இது இந்த ஆணவம் இருக்கிறதே அது ரொம்ப கொடூரமாக கூடவே இருக்கும், ஆனால் தெரியாது. ஆனால் தான் இந்த ஒரு பொருளும் காட்டாது இருள் உருவம் காட்டும், இரு பொருளும் காட்டாது இது அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். அதனால் இந்த ஆணவம், கண்மம், மாயை இந்த மூன்றும் நீத்து இந்த உயிரானது இறைவனுடைய திருவடியை அடையணும். என்னை உண்ணி பாராமறைத்ததுவே பாசம் என்றான். இம்மூன்றும் ஆராய்ந்தவர் முத்தராம். அதுக்கு என்ன செய்யணும்? திருமுறை படிக்கணும், சாத்திரங்கள் படிக்கணும், அதுக்கு உரிய கோபத்தை நீக்கணும். இந்த கோபத்தை நீக்கினால் திருமுறை படித்தால் கோபம் நீங்கும். கோபம் நீங்கினால் ஒரு நல்ல குருநாதர் கிடைப்பார். குருநாதர் கிடைத்தால் பஞ்சாட்சரம் உபதேசம் பெற வேணும். உபதேசம் பெற்றால் அதன் பிறகு சிவபூஜை செய்யணும். சிவபூஜை செய்தால் ஆசைக்கும் ஆசை கூடாதுன்னு இல்லை, அதான் அதிகமாக கொள்ளக்கூடாது. ஏன்னா ஆசையராய் பாசமிடாய் ஆனசிவ பூசை பண்ணாய் நேசமுடன் ஐந்தெழுத்தை நீ நினையாய் சீச்சி சினமே தவிராய் திருமுறைகள் ஓதாய் மனமே உனக்கென்ன வாய் அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். அதனால் இந்த சித்தாந்தம் என்பது அடிப்படையாக உள்ளதை எல்லோரும் தெரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். வாழ்க்கையில் நம்முடைய சமயம் மட்டும்தான், சைவம் மட்டும்தான் பிறவிகள் அவரவர்களுடைய வினைக்கு தக்கவாறு உண்டு என்பதை வலியுறுத்துகிறது. வினை கழிந்தால் இந்த சைவ சித்தாந்தத்தை நம்முடைய ஆதீனத்தில் முதலாவதாக மாலை நேர கல்லூரியாக இதை தொடங்கி அனைத்துலக சைவ சித்தாந்த என்று வைத்து உலக நாடு முழுவதும் இதுவரை 6 மாநாடுகளை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள், 2 ஆண்டுக்கு ஒரு முறை. அதில் இந்த தேசத்தில் தெலுங்கு தேசத்திலேயும் நாம் அதை செய்ய வேண்டும் என்கின்ற ஒரு நிலையிலே இங்கே உள்ள அன்பர்கள் சொன்னார்கள். அதில் நம்முடைய ஆடிட்டருக்கு கிருஷ்ணபிரசாத் அவருடைய தாத்தா மிக அற்புதமாக சைவ சித்தாந்த பெரிய சாஸ்திரி. இருந்தாலும் 10 வால்யம் அவர்கள் செய்த அற்புதமான ஆங்கிலத்தில் நூல் வெளியிட்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அது இந்த பகுதி மக்களுக்கு அது பெரிய ஒரு வரப்பிரசாதம். அவர்களுடைய முனைப்பாக இருந்த அந்த சைவ சித்தாந்தத்தை அவர்கள் நிலைநிறுத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த வகையில் இப்போது நம்முடைய மதுசூதனன் அவர்கள் சைவ சித்தாந்த எங்கள் மூலமாக தொடர்பு சங்கம் அன்பர்கள் இவர்கள் மூலமாக பலரும் கேட்டு வெளிப்பட இருக்கிறார்கள். இங்கே முத்துசாமி அவர்கள் வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அது பலரும் இந்த பகுதியில் சைவ சித்தாந்தம் என்பது அடிப்படை, அதை எப்படி ஆனால் சைவ சித்தாந்தங்கிற சொல்லாட்சியாவது எல்லாரும் பயன்படுத்துகிறார்கள். அந்த வகையில் சைவ சித்தாந்த வகுப்பினை எல்லோரும் கலந்து கொண்டு அதனால் பயன்பெற வேண்டும். நம்முடைய ஆதீன சைவ சித்தாந்த பயிற்சி பெற்றவர்கள் முறையாக 2 ஆண்டு காலம் பயில வேண்டும். பயின்ற பிறகு தேர்வு நடத்தப்படும். பல்கலைக்கழக சர்டிஃபிகேட்டு, அதாவது சான்றிதழ்கள் கொடுக்கப்படும். அந்த வகையிலே ஏன்னா அவங்க நம்ம சொல்கிறத அப்சர்வேஷன் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்களா என்னன்னு தெரியணும். அதோடு நம்ம பார்த்து படிப்பது, கேட்பது, எழுதுவது என்பதை விட அவர்கள் எழுதி கொண்டு திரும்பி கேட்டுக்கொண்டு எழுத வேண்டும். அந்த நெறியை நிலையத்திலிருந்து பல மாணாக்கர்களை இப்போது சித்தாந்த கலாநிதி வரைக்கும் ஆவணி மூல விழாவிலே பெற்றிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த வகையிலே அவர்கள் இப்போதும் துறையில் பணியாற்ற நல்ல சித்தாந்தமும் இதுவும். இப்போது அவர் லண்டன் மாநகரம் சென்று வந்தவர். அங்கே பலரும் சைவ சித்தாந்தத்தை வகுப்பு நடத்த வேண்டும் என்று இளைஞர்கள் தனியாக ஒரு கொடுத்த பிறகு இப்போது அவர்கள் இங்கிருந்து அவர்கள் நடத்துகிறார்கள். இது பல இடங்களுக்கும் நம்முடைய ஆங்கிலத்திலே அவர்கள் இன்றைக்கு இந்த வகுப்பினை தொடங்கி செய்வார்கள். அனைவருக்கும் நல்வாழ்த்துக்கள். ஆங்கிலத்தில் முதல்ல சொல்லிட்டு அப்புறம் தமிழில் பேசுவோம்.
ஹர நம பார்வதீபதயே ஹர ஹர மகாதேவா. தென்னாடுடைய சிவனே போற்றி, எந்நாட்டவர்க்கும் இறைவா போற்றி. ஆரூர் போற்றி, சீரார் திருவையாரா போற்றி போற்றி. வீடலாயிலாய் விழுமியார்கள் நின்கடல் பாடலால் அவாயிலாய் பரவ நின்ற பண்பனே காடல வாயிலாய் கூடலால வாயிலாய் குலாயன கொள்கையே. எல்லோருக்கும் வணக்கம். எல்லாம் வல்ல ஆரூர் அஜபா நடன கமலவசந்த தியாகராஜ பெருமான் திருவருளையும் இமையாளும் தருமையாதீன குருமகா சன்னிதானங்களுடைய பொன்னார் திருவடிகளையும் சிந்தித்து, on this very auspicious day of the second Monday of the second Somavaram of Kartike month, the city of Bhagyanagaram has earned yet another Bhagyam by the prestigious presence of His Holiness Srila Sri Gurumaha Sannidhanam of Dharmapuram Adinam. Why are Saiva Adinams celebrated wherever they go? In our country, a civilization that ranges at least 5 millenniums back, the Vedic traditions that evolved over so many centuries, a tradition which has been interpreted in many different ways. Amidst all of these religious and faith systems, Vedas praises Shiva. Undoubtedly, the Sri Rudram for that matter is right at the center of the Yajurveda, and the Panchakshara mantra ஆகிற விருட்சம் வளர்ந்தது என்று சொல்லப்படுகிறது. அப்படி வேத விருட்சம் எல்லோருக்குமானவற்றையெல்லாம் வழங்கியிருக்கும் வேளையிலே ஆகமங்களுக்கு தனியே ஒரு காரணம் என்ன ஏற்பட்டது? எல்லாம் வல்ல பரம்பொருள் வேதங்களை வழங்கி அருளி அதை வாசித்து தெளி interpret the Vedic couplet way. More importantly, while Sri Rudram praises Parameshwara, there are also verses in the Vedic law deeper sense, as in, while Indra is being raised monsoon, Shiva, who is an Antaratma of Indra there, is indirectly, and hence Indra is where you want. That being the explicitly praise these other gods, solution to the end user. The Kripai of Parameshwara to get this clarified, granting us the Agamas. Vedas are very crisp, clear and unambiguous. Vedas have ambiguity in them. Multiple interpretations are possible for the Vedas. Extremely, very point without a pick in it. And hence the Agamas are praised one step ahead of the Vedas. Inclusive. While the Vedas have several barricades to it and to read, learn, interpret, blessed by it, the to approach extremely straightforward and without a speck of doubt in it. But these two works are both from Shiva. Something should respect where it comes to. Okay? The rest are time and again emphasized by a Shaiva. All our Tevaram Acharyas stress the importance of that they demand. Says Sundaramurti Swamigal, there will not be a point dharma. I will never stand against the Vedic priests. This is a promise made by and hence accepts school of thoughts, Vedas with utmost respect, lens of the Agamas. Agamas, the Vedas, and that is extract of the Vedas to be so a set of common literature, so and several Upapuranas, the two, all these texts which are used by all faith systems. Much later, on the path laid by the Agamas, we had some of the brightest of South India travel. I am talking about the Tevara Acharyas, the Tevara Mudaligal as they are reverentially referred to, starting from Thiruñana Sambandar, followed by Thirunavukarasar, and then we have Sundaramurti Swamigal. The Tevaram trio, who were active between the 6th to the 8th, 9th century in the south of India. Blessed is the land of Tamil Nadu, blessed is the land to the south of Vindhyas. So hails Shekila. It is because of the penance of the rishis for centuries here in the south of Vindhyas that these great acharyas were chosen to be born here in a land where the language that we all know is being spoken predominantly. They were born in a community which speaks Tamil, enjoyed the fruit of Shiva Bhakti, and expressed their love for Shiva in a language which we can also understand. And this command was by none but Shiva himself. He requested each of them, he commanded each of them to sing about him in chaste Tamil. Nammai Sottamiral Paduga, literally translated, he commanded Sundaramurti Swamigal to sing about him, sing his praises in this beautiful language called Tamil. So while Shiva has employed both these languages, there is no doubt or even an element of doubt to compare these two and talk about the superiority of one over the other. Languages are definitely a tool and it stops at that level. They are not philosophy themselves. So both these ancient languages of Bharatavarsha are equally important for a Shaiva Siddhantin, and we have our sacred texts, namely the Agamas, the Tirumurais and the Shastras, the Meganda Shastras, which are in Sanskrit and Tamil. And much later, we have some great commentary works by very notable, reputed Acharyas like Srimad Valliyambalavana Tambiran, a Tambiran from this illustrious Adinam, Dharmapuram Adinam, who was extremely well versed in both the languages, and the commentaries that he had authored, which follows a mix of both these languages, a copious mix of both Sanskrit and Tamil, in a beautiful script called Manipravala. So language has never been a barrier, and I would feel very proud to say, amidst all the Shaiva Adinams, till date, if there is one Adinam which has put both these languages at par, respected it, and treated people speaking both the languages and works from both the languages at par with respect, the first in the list would be Sri Dharmapuram Adinam. And hence I said, Bhagyanagaram has attained this Bhagyam today by the presence of this divine Acharya here, who has been extremely merciful to travel all along with his Puja Murti, the Anmartha Murtam, and has worshipped it at your city here. So this divine lineage of Acharyas starts from Shiva himself. Sri Parameshwara, in the version of Anandishwara, in the form of Anandishwara, a reduced version of the quintessence that is Sadashiva, instructs Devi, Parvati into the Agamas. The divine couple together introduce the Agamas to Nandikeshwara, and hence we proudly identify ourselves to belong to the Nandi Parampara, the lineage that originates from Nandikeshwara himself. Nandikeshwara is Dharma Swarupam, and hence what would be a better place to learn Shaiva Siddhanta than Dharmapuram Adinam. While Shiva is carried by Nandikeshwara, who is Dharma Swarupam, and Dharmapuram Adinam upholds Dharma at its best even in extremely challenging situations. Given that, the sacred lineage continues from Nandikeshwara through the four rishis, Sanat Kumaras, the Shanakadi rishis, and through them it reaches more bright minds and it is brought down to this world. Till the moment that it was brought down to this world, this lineage of Acharyas were eternal residents of Kailasha. And hence this lineage is also celebrated as the Tirukkailaya Parampare, a lineage which starts from Shiva himself. So when you have the darshan of the sitting pontiff of Dharmapuram Adinam, the 27th Acharya, who is here with his divine form seated in front of us, we reach out to none but Shiva himself through him. After all, this lineage has come down starting from Shiva himself. So in a descending order, if you go in the reverse fashion, if you start tracing the lineage from the 27th Acharya, you will reach out to the 26th, through whom you will reach to the 25th Acharya, and this line takes you all the way up to Nandikeshwara, and through Nandikeshwara to Swami himself. While Vedic traditions announce itself to be all by itself, the Vedas are considered to be Anadi by a few sects of Vedic traditions. They call Vedas to be Anadhi. There is no ownership over Vedas. But fortunately, the Shaiva Siddhanta school accepts that the Vedas were also blessed by Shiva. Such a compiled knowledge system like the Vedas cannot be fatherless, cannot be orphaned. So it is Shiva who is capable enough to chant out such deep philosophical verses like the Vedas, and from the Vedas we have the Agamas which has reached to us through this great parampara. And in this lineage, after the times that the Kailasha Paramparai had to be brought down to this world, this physical world, Shiva again, by his absolute mercy, made sure that the sacred knowledge, the deep protected knowledge, is brought down to this world and handed over to somebody who is befitting in qualities and attributes and blessed enough to receive these agamas. And through this Kailaya Paramparai, this amazing system of knowledge, this sacred knowledge system reaches that one chosen little kid who was 2 years of age when this Jnana Paramparai reached out to him. Srimad Maikandar, our Paramacharya, if anybody, Trinyana Sambandar and Maikanda Devanayanar are the Acharyas to whom the entire Indian subcontinent should pray to every day. They are the reasons, these two personalities especially are the reasons why we have these schools of thoughts here. Why do we still even have temples? If the system has been only Vedic, our temples would have been lost many centuries before. Thankfully, the agamas which dwell deep into the rituals, conduct of temples, worship protocol have all been in place, that the millions of temples which decorates the landscape of Bharatavarsha still continues to be what it is. Thanks to these two great acharyas, so if you ever wonder who can be that one person to whom I should be thankful every day, it is Trinyana Sambandar and Maikanda Devanayanar. Through Maikanda Devanayanar, the tradition continues through Arunanthi Shivacharya, Srimad Maranyana Deshikar, and through Srimad Maranyana Sambandar, it reaches out to Umapati Shivacharya. Umapati Shivacharya had a classroom full of devotees, classroom full of disciples. Each of them branched out into different paramparas. So the Jnana Paramparai kind of multiplies from around the 15th century, end of 15th century. So all of this that we have been talking about, tracing the lineage, happened till the 1500s. And from around the 1500s, we have one such school which traces its origin back to Umapati Shivacharya, starting with Kamalai Jnanaprakasa Paramacharya, who was a resident of Thiruvarur, Kamalalaya Kshetram, and he has his own Jnana Paramparai, which bridges the gap between him and Umapati Shivacharya. So Kamalai Jnanaprakasa Paramacharya, a great noble saint of the 1500s, 16th century, a resident of Thiruvarur, and by default, the gentleman who had absolute rights over the administration of many temples. If you ever wonder, since when did the temple administration system fall into the hands of the Adinams? Not that it was somewhere midway through, but the temple's administration are all bestowed upon the Adinams, and even before the first Acharya of Dharmapuram Adinam came in, his Paramacharya, his Paramaguru, Kamalai Jnanaprakasar, had the temple administration rights of many temples, including Thiruvarur Sri Tyagaraja Swamy Devasthanam, which was bestowed upon him through his Jnana Paramparai. And this Kamalai Jnanaprakasa Paramacharya's works are an absolute treat to anybody who attempts reading it. Then we have the Sthapanacharya, the first Acharya of Dharmapuram Adinam, who was born in a very beautiful ancient town called Srivilliputturu in the Pandya country, very close to Madurai. He, along with his parents, when he was very young, made a trip to Madurai to have a darshan of Sri Sokanatha Swami, Sundareshwara and Meenakshi Amba. This little kid, after having the first darshan of Sundareshwara and Meenakshi Amba, felt that he is no more bonded to his parents, and his eternal parents are none but Sundareshwara and Meenakshi Devi. Convinced, requested, tried to convince, and then finally he won to convince his parents to leave him at Madurai at that moment. There is nothing more which binds us together. The time is ripe. I have now understood that my parents are not just you. You might be my biological parents, but my eternal parents are Sri Sundareshwara and Meenakshi Devi. He took leave of them. The parents, after failing to convince the little kid, left to Srivilliputturu, and the temple became his resident, and the inmates of the temple, Sri Sundareshwara Swami and Meenakshi Amba, became his parents. Under their tutelage, this little kid was groomed. One fine morning, he observed many Shaiva devotees performing their Nitya Anushtana and Shiva Puja at the banks of this sacred tank called Potramare Kulam, the tank inside Meenakshi Amman temple, on the banks of which there used to be a tradition that people who have been initiated into Shiva Puja sit there and perform their Nitya Shiva Puja. Taken by it, fell in love with this tradition of worshipping Shiva. He ran to his eternal father, Sundareshwara, and requested him to teach how to perform a Shiva Puja and to in fact first help him with the Shivalingam. And Swami directed him to the northeast corner of the tank and said, "Go stand there, dig deep with your hands and you will get what you deserve." And so did Guruñana Sambandha Paramacharya Swamigal, went to that exact spot as directed by Swami, and there he discovered the Sokkalinga Murti, the Shentamil Sokkanatha Peruman as he is called, a Spatikalinga Murti who has been worshipped by Guruñana Sambandha Swamigal, and through him till the 27th Acharya who finished his worship today morning. So an uninterrupted lineage of 500 years of worshipping a Lingamurti is something extremely exclusive that you don't get to see in many other religious institutions. Every single day in the last 500 years, come what may, the sun might rise or not, the daily rituals to Senthamil Sokkanatha Swami in the way that it was conceived by Guruñana Sambandha Paramacharya himself has been conducted for 5 centuries at best. Now, isn't this good enough reason to fall at the feet of this Acharya, to hail him and reach out to Shiva through him? For us to take charge of one Shivalinga Murti and do the rituals in one lifetime, as such, maybe for a couple of decades, is quite a challenge. Forget about handing it over to the next generation. We might not know what they will do with it. But here you have an institution, an Acharya who heads it as the 27th Acharya, wherein this Senthamil Sokkanatha Peruman, the Spatikalinga Murti, has been in worship for 5 centuries at a stretch without one day of even taking a break. And he was overwhelmed by this Murti, was extremely happy. In fact, the Murti was presented to him in a nice box, the Kovil as we call it. He ran to the shrine of Sundareswara, thanked him and asked him, "Now teach me how to do the puja." Swami said, "Now my duty is to only give you myself. You reached out to me, I have given you myself. Now to be initiated into it and to be taught the traditions, you need to reach out to a Sadhacharya." And that is where we understand the importance of reaching out to Swami through an Acharya. There you have Guruñana Sambandha Swamigal, who had a capacity to converse with Sundareshwara. But what did Sundareshwara do? Directed him to an Acharya. Now you might understand why is it so important in Shaiva Siddhanta to reach out to Swami through an Acharya. Out of ignorance, we might argue, if God is everywhere, if he is omnipresent, he can understand any language, why can't I directly approach him? Well, you are free to do it, nobody stops you. But when you go there with your own identity, there are high chances that he might open out his ledger book to check out on your accounts and treat you the way you will have to be treated. But when you go through an Acharya, because of his costless mercy and the pious devotion that the Acharyas have, he might have some lenience on us. That is why we reach out to Swami through an Acharya. And hence, Guruñana Sambandhar was directed to Thiruvarur Kshetram, Kamalalaya Kshetram, and he was asked to go to the shrine of Dakshinamurti inside the temple campus and said, "Your Acharya will be waiting there." And the same day, that night, Swami appeared in the dreams of Kamalai Jnanaprakasa Paramacharya and told him that a calf who is to be groomed well is approaching you, the mother cow. Be ready tomorrow morning. And as Swami was visiting the shrine of Dakshinamurti in the temple of Thiruvarur Tyagaraja Swami, Guruñana Sambandhar came with the Senthamil Sokkanatha Peruman, the Murti, and fell at the feet of his Acharya. At that moment, he felt like a calf reaching out to its mother cow. And the warmth was so welcoming that he considered him to be his father from then on. And Kamalai Jnanaprakasa Paramacharya groomed him so well, initiated him at the required levels, taught him all the texts, and one fine evening, he was, along with his disciples, went to Tyagaraja Swami's Ardhajama Darisana. Tyagaraja Swami temple is supposedly the most ancient temple, the capital city of Shaiva Siddhanta tradition. There the Ardhajama Utsavam is very special. And as the rituals got over, Kamalai Jnanaprakasar was completely absorbed in Shiva, that he forgot that he is accompanied by his own disciples. Guruñana Sambandhar was put in charge of carrying the torch, a lamp lit in front of his Acharya. Engrossed in the worship of Tyagaraja Swami, after returning home, as he entered the pavilion, he requested or commanded Guruñana Sambandhar to wait there. He was completely engrossed in the thoughts of Tyagaraja Swami. There was no sense of thought that his disciples are following him. Saying so, commanded that way, he walked in, only to know that Guruñana Sambandhar has been waiting outside the door all night through. When the next day morning came, the Guru Patni came out of the house to draw the kolam there in the floor, and that's when she noticed Guruñana Sambandhar has been standing there all night through, holding the lamp which has managed to be lit all night through, and it had rained that night, and even the rainwater did not spill on Swami. Seeing this, she invited her, Kamalai Jnanaprakasar. Swami came out to see that the time was right, that he should take up Acharyatvam, initiated him to be a Shaivacharya, and commanded that he goes to the Vilvaranyam, a forest full of Vilva Vriksham, in the northeast corner of Mayura Kshetram, Mailadurai, and he was commanded to go there. This little calf was not ready to be separated from his mother cow, cried his heart out, but at a level he realized, who am I to choose? Have I got a choice at all? Is there a choice for me? Never at all. I've enslaved myself at your lotus feet. Whatever you command is where I belong to. If you draw a line and ask me to stay away, I should be there. But his guru understood the Shishya's feelings and suggested that he come to Thiruvarur every Thursday, that he visits Thiruvarur every Thursday, the Guruvaram, and this tradition kind of continued. He reaches out to Vilvaranyam. There was the shrine of Dharmapurishwarar, which is still under the worship, the control of Dharmapuram Adinam, a Shivalinga Murti who was worshipped by Dharma, Yamadharma, later by Agastya and his disciples. When the time was up for the disciples of Agastya to leave Dharmapuram, that is when Gurujnana Sambandar visits Dharmapuram and, as commanded by his Acharya, sets up a mutt there. Guess what would have been the name chosen for the mutt? Anybody would name their own mutt after their name. But his madam was called as Jnanaprakasar Madalayam. Everything to him was his Acharya. So much so that he in fact till date celebrates his Acharya's day on his own birthday. On his Guru Puja day, it's his Acharya's day that is being celebrated. So he was not even for celebration of his Guru Puja. He commanded that his Acharya, Kamalai Jnanaprakasar, is celebrated on the day of his atonement. And then Kamalai Jnanaprakasar reaches the heavenly abode. So Gurujnana Sambandar administers Dharmapura Madalayam. He has his own disciples, and he had the second disciple, an illustrious disciple called Ananda Paravasar, a Shishya who has nobody else to compare to the Guru Bhakti that he had. Guess what? But for his name, there is no piece of history for this gentleman. The second Acharya, there is no history at all, because everything of his life revolved around Gurujnana Sambandar, and the day that Gurujnana Sambandar attained Mahaparipurnam, the day he attained Samadhi, it was only for a few hours that Ananda Paravasar stood in a meditated pose, looking at the Vimanam of the Samadhi Kovil, and attained Shiva's holy feet at that moment. He merged with Shiva merely by meditating upon the Vimanam of the Samadhi Pradishtai of his Guru. That is the love that Ananda Paravasar had for him. If you have not visited Dharmapura Madalayam, I would kindly request you to please make a trip, however soon possible, to visit the shrine of Ananda Paravasar. It is such a magnetic point. It pulls anybody who reaches out to him, and any prayers, however simple, however complicated, let me tell you, any dharmic prayer is answered there. I can easily recall at least a dozen couple whom I know who were childless, and this was the easiest solution that they could afford to when they prayed to him, made it an occasion every Thursday to be there at the shrine of Ananda Paravasar and pray to him, and it didn't take much time after that. The longest was 3 months, if I am right, for one couple. But for all of them, after many years of suffering from prayers for progeny, Ananda Paravasar answered it immediately. Till date, there is a belief that around midnight, Ananda Paravasar comes out of his Samadhi and goes around the Samadhi of Gurujnana Sambandha Paramacharya. Gurujnana Sambandhar's shrine is today a Shiva temple. It is no more a Samadhi Kovil. It has been named as Jnanapurishwarar temple, and it is a full-fledged Shiva temple with a shrine for Devi as Jnanambika and other sub-shrines that goes into a Shiva temple, and it has its own 10-day festival. The deities are taken out in procession. Now you might wonder, if that were a Samadhi Kovil, how can Shiva's celebrations happen there? How can you do Pradosha Puja there? Because it's a Samadhi Kovil. While I should warn you, anything that happens in Dharmapuram happens with strict adherence to Agamas. There is not one occasion where there is even a small delineation or a minor delineation that is accepted by the Acharyas. The Agamas very clearly says that a Samadhilinga Pradishtai can be converted into a full-fledged Shiva temple if the Samadhilinga Pradishtai Guru Paramparai is active for 1 century. If the Guru Paramparai continues for 100 years at length without a break in between, the Samadhilinga Pradishtai can be converted into a full-fledged Agamic Shiva temple. So there you have this temple, because it's almost 5 centuries now. It has been converted into a full-fledged Shiva temple, and seated inside is Jnanapurishwarar. In him is Guru Jnana Sambandha Paramacharya. Through Guru Jnana Sambandha, we reach out to Jnanapurishwarar. Yet another shrine where I can recall half a dozen other examples where one particular person whose son was stammering to talk till he was 12 had started composing songs now, after visiting the shrine for a continuous stretch of period of almost 6 months every Thursday. Miracles are very, very common in Dharmapuram, I tell you. We are never taken back by miracles in Dharmapuram. It is an everyday, if it's an everyday activity there, one miracle or the other keeps happening there, just at the drop of a hat. That's Dharmapuram to you. And then you have the other acharyas, the third acharya named as Sachidananda Desikar, followed by Mashilamani Desikar, in whose time Srimad Kumaragurubara Swamigal was initiated into Shaiva Siddhanta, sent as a representative of Dharmapuram Adinam to Varanasi, the times when Varanasi was invaded and the temples were all brought down. And to handle such a chaotic situation, there was just one person who could be chosen from the whole of South India. From the whole of South India. Times around 1600s, when so many scholars were there, Srimad Kumaraguruvara Swamigal was the only one chosen to lead from here, go there, engage in debates, perform several miracles, and manage to convince the king, the Islamic king there. He was so taken back by the prodigy that this gentleman was, he was ready to spare huge parcels of land on the banks of Ganga. And that is how was born the Kedar Ghat in Varanasi. Even today, if you go to Varanasi, out of all the hundreds of Shiva temples there, there will be this one temple that houses a shrine for Tevara Nalvar, and that which is an Agamic temple, which is Kedariswarar temple, with Devi being Gauri Ammai, which is under the control of Dharmapuram Adinam, a sub-madam which is called as Tiruppanandal Kashi Tirumadam. So the lineage kind of continues, branches out there. Then you have, starting from the 5th Acharya, several Acharyas who continue. And around the 7th and the 8th Acharya's time, several confusions did happen. One of which involves a Maratha king, the second Sarabhoji, who had camped in the outskirts of Dharmapuram on his pilgrimage to take a sacred bath in the oceans for the Amavasya Tithi of Magaramasam. On his way, he has camped there. And that night, when the bells in the Jnanapurishwara temple was being rung for the Ardhajama Puja, involuntarily this king stood up and prayed. Now that is called as Sishtachara. Irrespective of what you are doing, even if you are in your house, busy in your own work, if you hear the Shiva temple bells being rung, you should prostrate in that direction. You will have to join your hands and perform an Anjali in that direction. Irrespective of what you are doing, you do an Anjali. That is Sishtachara. So this king revered it, stood up and prayed. And his Acharyas, who were Vedic in nature, Smritikaras, opposed this act of the king and said, now that you have committed a major sin, because that Samadhi belongs to a non-Brahmin Acharya, and praying to that Samadhi earns you a lot of sin. The king was taken back and he was worried. So he asked them for what would be the best solution to come out of the sin, to cleanse himself. They said, there is also a way to cleanse this. If you make sure that nobody else commits the same mistake, that by itself will become a prayachittam to it. By that they meant, command your people to go and demolish the Pradishtai there. Demolish the Acharya's shrine there. And so did the king follow suit. There were people who were engaged to his own commanders who went there with equipments to bring down the temple. And the Sishyas of the Acharya there, the Tambirans as we call them, ran to the Acharya, prayed to him and requested him to intervene at that level. Asked him what is to be done now. And guess what the Acharya did? He was not even shaken a bit by what was happening. His own Stapanacharya Samadhi shrine is being demolished and he was as cool as that. He said, if it is the divine will of Shiva, it shall happen. If the temples are going to be treated like this, I can only blame Shiva. Without his cause, without him being the cause, without his divine will, nothing happens. And he just engaged himself in a meditation and several miracles happened. The king lost his eyesight. People who tried to demolish it were paralyzed, and finally they took refuge in the feet of the Acharya and they were cleansed of their sin, and the king gave huge parcels of land as endowments exclusively for the Ardhajama Puja of Jnanapurishwarar temple. So again, the miracles continues and it goes on. Starting from around the 20th Acharya's time, the Adinam kind of developed into what it is today. Many temples came under the control of the Adinam, many people were, the philanthropists came forward to make huge donations. Colleges were started, and in the last 100 years, the first half of the century being under the British rule, several court cases being fought to make sure that the temple rights are maintained, the temple properties are saved. And from the times of 24th and the 25th Acharya, especially a little before independence, many such problems caused by the East India Company and the Britishers were all sought out. And let me tell you, the court cases fought by Dharmapuram Acharyas were not exclusively for them. They represented all of the pontiffs, all of the adinams, all of the matams, because the judgment that they are going to get will be effective for all the other similar adinams and matams. Selfless, in fact, it is. For them to spend so much money, energy, time and all that to hire a lawyer to fight a court case and get a court decree will mean that it becomes effective and helpful for all the other adinams also. Several adinams were benefited by such moves, the legal fights, legal battles that Dharmapuram Adinam fought. And this tradition again continued. The 25th Acharya is considered as an illustrious Acharya, a milestone kind. So this Swami, Srila Srisubrahmanya Swamy Devalayam Swamigal, is also reverentially called as Kailai Kurumanigal, because amidst the thousands of saffron-robed sannyasis of south of India, he was the first to make a yatra to Kailasha. A physical yatra to Kailasha, went there and stayed on the holy occasion of Amavasya Tithi of Jeshta Masam, because Shravana Masam. Because Shravana Masa Amavasya is believed to be the auspicious day that Appar Swamigal, Tirunavukarasar, was granted the divine vision of Kailasha at Thiruvayyar. So on that very special day, he was there at Tirukailayam, and hence he is called to as Kailai Mamunigal, Kailai Gurumunigal. And so this Acharya's time was when the Adinam expanded into the social sphere. Many schools, many colleges, hospitals, the first maternity ward in that entire district, the unified Tanjavur district, was sponsored by the Acharyas, opened out in Mailadurai, which is being refurbished now and going to be brought back to its original glory. So the 24th and the 25th Acharya's time was when press was started, a printing press was started. Thousands of books which had been lost, which would have been lost otherwise, were all brought back, whatnot. It just kind of continues. And then we had the 26th Acharya, and during his time, a very long tenure of his administration of that Adinam. Again, a lot of wealth was procured, reclaimed, and several temple Tirupanis were all conducted, restorations of several temples were done, many volumes published, an important set of volumes being the first and the foremost attempt to author commentaries for all the thousands of songs in the 12 volumes of Tirumurai, publishing it and releasing it. Let me tell you, Dharmapuram Adinam takes the credit of having copies of Tirumurai made in all possible mediums. Ever since human history, we've had traditions of writing in several mediums. We write in palm leaf manuscripts. Dharmapuram Adinam has manuscript copy of all the Tirumurais. We also write on stone walls. We etch them on stone walls. It's a tradition of Dharmapuram Adinam to install stone walls with the Tirupadigams of those kshetras wherever they go and visit and perform a Kainkaryam. So anybody who goes there can read out the Padigams and sense the experience of the Devaram Acharyas. So that has been also facilitated by Dharmapuram Adinam. They were the first to publish all the 12 Tirumurais in paper, in medium, in ink, paper and ink. And they were the first to bring out the commentaries for all the 18,000 odd songs of the Tirumurais and publish it into different volumes. And as technology changed, the Dharmapuram Adinam Acharyas were the first to take it to a digital world, facilitated a website, tevaram.com, which is the one-stop solution for all the 12 Tirumurais. In fact, the homepage has the image of Dharmapuram Acharyas, and by their divine command, that website was even started. And then when we had to switch over to an app, Dharmapuram Adinam came out with the first ever designed app for all the 12 Tirumurais. And in this long list, if you wonder what happened to the tradition of authoring in copper plates and forgetting it, yes, historically, around the 12th century, there is an inscription which says about one of the chief commanders of Kulotunga II commissioning a very expensive project of etching all the Tevaram compositions on copper plates and building a library called Saraswati Bhandaram and keeping it there. So once it is authored in copper, it will remain safe forever. Now, with the time, with history, with the change in times and political scenario, invasions, the Muslim army invasions and all that, many temples in the Kaveri Delta region were brought down. Several temples fell out of worship. and many bronze icons and these wells were all buried. And these copper plates, which are one of its type copy, were also forgotten for good. They waited for close to 900 years. From around 1300s to now, almost 700 odd years, 700 to 800 years, these copper plates waited only to be brought back by the divine hands of Srila Sri Masilamani Desika Jnanasambandha Paramacharya Swamigal during the renovation of Sirgali Shatanatha Swamy Devasthanam a year before last. All of a sudden, in the same place inside the temple where all along the Yagasalai for Kumbhabhishekams have been built, right at the same place. I'm sure between 1300s to 21st century, several Kumbhabhishekams had been conducted, but the copper plates never surfaced. They waited till the time of this Acharya to come in, and it was during his divine reign that the copper plates were discovered during the temple renovation. One after the other, every copper plate came out, and the government officials immediately came in. All over Tamil Nadu, that was the headlines in the next day paper. With some basic working knowledge in archaeology and history, I would say this is probably a discovery of the decade at least, if not the century. Because there is no substitute to this set of copper plates with Tevaram versus etched on it. This is only one copy available in the whole world, and that, by the divine command of Parameshwara, is in the hands of Dharmapuram Adinam. Miracles after miracles are something very, very common. Now, the prelude that Swami gave as an introduction to this class is the syllabus that we explore in a coursework which expands for 4 years. What we teach in 4 years of classwork is what Swami lectured in less than 15 minutes. This is the proficiency, this is the exemplary nature of Acharyas of Dharmapuram. Many people think that I belong to a traditional family which is attached with Dharmapuram. Not at all. I have absolutely no connection with Dharmapuram. I was the first person in my family to be initiated into Siva Diksha. Out of nowhere, I was invited into the Adinam by the 26th Acharya, which was facilitated by Swami. And I was a very, very subnormal person, a complete laukika. I was just minding my own business, doing my college works, and I was like anybody else. Today, my life has changed completely. Yeah, so it has taken twists and turns. I don't have a full-time job now. My only job now is to teach Saiva Siddhanta. If you ask for my profession, yes, that is what I've been doing. And I am what I am at this moment completely by the benign blessings of Dharmapuram Acharyas. Let me tell you, I am not trying to market Dharmapuram, absolutely there is no need for it. But if there is anybody at whose feet you can seek solace, at whose face you can see compassion, by whose divine touch you can feel Shiva himself, he is sitting right in front of you. I wish more people are benefited by the divine darshanam of Sannidhanam, and more people from this Bhagyanagaram get the Bhagyam of being associated with Dharmapuram Adinam. And the classes, as Swami said, the first and the foremost Saiva Siddhantam classes were introduced by Dharmapuram Acharyas, and they made it as an evening college to help people who were professionals also to learn Saiva Siddhanta. That tradition goes beyond oceans today. It is happening in several countries outside India and inside Tamil Nadu and in other places also. Very happy that yet another center is being opened here in the south of India, in Hyderabad, and more people to be benefited through it. If there is any barricade for learning, our Swami will have a solution for it. If you say you don't know Tamil and hence you cannot learn Saiva Siddhanta or the original text, yes, we have people who can lecture in English also. And if you have any other barricades also, please feel free to tell us. I am downright sure our Sannidhanam will have a solution for it. Through the 27th Acharya, let us reach out to the holy feet of Shiva in the path of the Agamas, which have been delivered by Shiva himself. Learn the Tattvas, the 3 Tattvas that are eternal, Pati, Pasu and Pasam. Learn about ourselves first. Learn about the Pati who owns us. Even by learning about these 2 entities, the Malas, the Pasam, as an output of learning about these 2 will very clearly be visible to us. And the Acharya's costless mercy, his grace, shall help us untie those cords, tuck off those cords which had managed to win over us, has perceived our senses, keep us all enslaved to our senses, and be liberated and attain the lotus feet of Shiva. I would like to recall that it was on a similar second Somavara of the Kartika month, exactly 3 years before, that Sannidhanangal initiated me into Nirvana Diksha. I didn't realize that it is the second Monday till such times I received the prasadam. I was just recounting how many Mondays are over. In Tamil Nadu, the calendar is slightly different. So today is the second Somavaram for people from Tamil Nadu. And exactly 3 years back, Sannidhanangal initiated me into Nirvana Diksha. and that is the maximum level of Diksha that an ordinary person can get when the divine feet of Mahasannidhanangal will be blessed by positioning it on your head, pressed and initiated into a new set of Panchakshara mantra. I should say, if there is a form that can be given to compassion and mercy, well, I have my form, a frame that is compassion and mercy personified to me. Please do try and see if more people can be benefited by the Shaiva Siddhantam classes, which are going to be online classes through the divine command of Sannidhanam. Please help us by spreading a word and making sure as many people can be benefited through these. If there is a seizable population that would like to have it in Tamil also, yes, we are ready for that also, and that can also be done as a online class. Yeah, any obstacle, let us know. We are there. Sannidhanam is there to get that cleared and make sure that the Agamic school, the Shaiva Siddhanta school, reaches out to many. With that little introduction to the Adinam and the Jnana Paramparai, to which all of you are all blessed to belong to, I'd like to conclude the session for today. மூர்த்தி எல்லாம் வாழி எங்கள் மோன குரு வாழி அருள் வார்த்தை என்றும் வாழி அன்பர் வாழி பராபரமை எல்லாம் ஸ்ரீ தியாகராஜ கிருபை ஸ்ரீ தியாகராஜ மகாராஜ ஆரூரா தியாகேசா.